Kamper alanım. Ben bir bakayım. Olmazsa size bir mail atarım. Benim telefonumu da gönderirim size. Bir şey sormak isterseniz de sorarsınız.
Because I need to see from the other device.
Şeref Hanım, yok senin şeyin şu kayıtları. Biz kayıtsız kayıt. Şeref Hanım. O ayrı bir şey ister. Ha, bir bakayım.
Buyur abla.
Benim sunumda 2 tane video var.
Video ile ilgili şimdi ses oradadır.
Ses istemem.
Tamam,
Sadece
ses istemez sana
ses
sıkıntı yok. Tamam, ses istemez sana sıkıntı yok. Gözüküyor. Tamam.
Çok mutlu oldum.
Oynaşma böyle. Öndeki ışıkları kapatacak ha şimdi. Öndeki ışıkları kapatacak. Kapattı ışıkları. Tamam, bir dakika bakayım abi, sıkıntı yoksa. İyidir abi. Çok net değil, uzaktır diye çok net değil ama gözüküyor. Yo, tamamdır. başlattıydın da hatırlıyorum. Sıkıntı yok.
That was a great photo session.
Yes.
Ben sana güveniyorum.
the UWE, UWE President Dr. Anne Neg.
Dear friend, it's a real pleasure to be with you today. And at the beginning of this conference in Kyrenia, I would like to express my sincere and heartfelt congratulations to our hostess of the Turkish Cypriot Association. What a joy to meet again, and moreover in Cyprus after so many years. And we keep all the old tone, a so good memory. It was great. And all changed, and all is the same. The subject we are dealing with today is vital for the future: women and sustainable environment. The right of women is induced, and we know the danger just in the right to the mastery of its body. They are the first actors and victims of environmental drifts. In a relatively near future, water, by its scarcity, will be a resource more and more coveted, generating wars like it was in Golan, exploited for mercantile purpose in a more systematic way by multinational firms, sacrificing again and again the environment, with for only end the research of profit, but also the control of the population. This population became servile, enslaved, whose critical sense is anesthetized by a propaganda in the end of the economic power. The utopia described, according to the meaning of Thomas More in his writing of 1516, is an ideal state in which the government ensures the happiness of the population and provides a political model to follow. It is undoubtedly one of the thinkers of our current democracy. The counter-utopia, it presents a counter-example, taking the feature of a totalitarian society marked by a massive deprivation of liberties, and in which any hope of change is nipped in bud by the regime in place, which has no other will than to maintain itself in place as well as its partisans. We know many examples of this just today. This future society, which is one of the locked out for us, has a prophetic value by embodying a drift, if not possible, at least probable, if we do not take care, as today, to counterbalance our utilitarian and consumerial relationship with the environment. Public opinion has been alerted for years to the slippery slope toward which humanity is heading, and yet the vote it casts, when it can, do not go in the direction of voting for defender of environmental protection. It is enough to see to what extent totalitarian regimes are set up by democratic means in various countries of Europe and elsewhere to note that the rule of law set up after the carnage of the Second World War are disintegrating in certain states, including, of course, in the Russian Federation, Brazil, Hungary, and so many others, and that the same totalitarian states are generally the most indifferent to environmental drifts. Shouldn't we have a form of mistrust toward our political or economic system, erecting models that do not question their foundation, that do not use democracy and the intelligence of the citizen so that our society evolve towards a change of value necessary to fight against the deep repercussion of a locked decisional shell and deep to the sinews of early distress of a neglected earth. Are we heading towards the time of the exiles? What will be this last island, this last space of humanity? Will there be place of benevolence, of camps of horror? Air, seas, lands, everything is dingy. The permafrost, for example, is likely to release into atmosphere a significant quantity of methane as well as potential viruses that are currently trapped in the frozen lands bordering the Arctic Circle. How can we protect ourselves from these? More than ever, we must strengthen human rights, and only in this framework can we ensure the right of women and the protection of our planet. It is with a great interest that we are going to listen to our specialists, whom I thank warmly for having accepted to devote a little time to us. Thank you.
And now we move to our first presentation on climate change, environmental health, and public health. I would like to introduce to you Ceren Barlas. She is not only a young member of our association, she has another quality that's really important. She is also the daughter of our president, Inan Barlas.
Thank you. It's great to be here. I am both excited and humbled to be the first speaker today. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I just want to start with a preemptive apology because I'm quite tired today. I was supposed to arrive in Cyprus from London yesterday early evening, but the flight I took, I had to take an emergency landing in Bulgaria because some men, which I can talk about later if you're interested, wanted to party in the plane. They were drinking quite a lot, and after that they started smoking in the plane, and they didn't listen to reason, so we had to take an emergency landing, and what was supposed to take 4 hours took 9 hours to get here. So, but I am here. So, to start with, so I'm Ceren Barlas. I work as a research assistant at the University of Exeter in the UK, and I will also be starting my PhD in artificial intelligence on Monday, actually, when I go back. But today, I want to talk about a little bit about where I come from, my academic background, what I have done so far, my educational background, where I have studied, where I have lived, my experiences working in this field, and also give you some idea about how we as women will be more impacted with climate change than the rest of the population. Women and children, actually. And then hopefully I might have some time to get some questions, or you may catch me in the coffee break if you would like to. Okay. So, I was born in Cyprus. I was also raised here, and I come from a Turkish-speaking family. But I am bilingual, so I speak both Turkish and English. I started learning English since I was 5 years old. Thanks to my mom and her amazing vision, I started learning when I was 5. So I was, as I said, raised and schooled in Cyprus, and I also worked in the south. I do know a little bit Greek, but please don't test me. I also worked in the north here, I worked in the US and the UK, and right now I have settled in the UK and I will be living there for the foreseeable future. So a bit about my academic background, a bit more detail. For secondary school, up to the end of high school, basically, I was in Cyprus. One of my old teachers is here, actually. And then I won a Fulbright scholarship, and I went to the US to start my undergraduate studies. I did my bachelor's degree in biology and computer science. My remote is not cooperating, so. Okay. Then I stayed in US for 2 more years after my 4 years of undergraduate studies. And for 2 years, I was at Harvard University. I studied my master's in environmental health. So environmental health is a branch of public health, deals with population diseases and how to treat them. So not like a doctor, but we try to take a step back and prevent the diseases from happening in the first place before you get to the doctor. And after that, I worked for a while. Then I went for a postgraduate research at the University of Exeter, which also was in cooperation with the Society for the Protection of Turtles in Cyprus. And I actually worked with Rianne, who will be speaking to you later today. And I did 2 years of field research on sea turtles and plastic pollution in Cyprus, which was a very exciting time of my life. And now I will be starting my PhD at the University of Exeter in environmental intelligence, which is the use of artificial intelligence to solve environmental problems. So a bit about my professional background. Just to give you, I have done a lot of different things in my life, but just to give a few relevant examples, I have been an environmental health researcher. This was when I worked in the south. I studied global air pollution and the relevant health effects. So I found out into the future how the air pollution would change in big cities and how that air pollution would affect the numbers of people that will die into the future. It's quite a harrowing research project because the death rates increase into the future. I have also been a teaching assistant in undergraduate and actually also graduate laboratories, and I taught dissection. So I learned a lot about how to dissect different kinds of animals, and that kind of led me, helped me to understand that I really like biology, but I don't like the practical side of it. I like more the theoretical side and curing diseases rather than, I don't, sorry, my brain is really tired. I like preventing them before they happen rather than going to when it happens and curing the disease. So that's why I lean towards public health later on. Then I have been an environmental science lecturer in graduate environmental courses and also been a public health specialist. So this is when, the last one is when I was working in the north. I was at the municipality and I got to see all kinds of problems that people have here. And I also realized that I cannot do much by staying here because you need a whole system change, but that's another story. So, moving on to sustainability, communities, and climate change. Just want to talk a little bit about what sustainability means to me and how it shaped my career, the challenges that we have with climate change, and a little bit about maybe what you can do about it. So, sustainability, this is the official definition by the UN. It says, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. So, in a nutshell, it means that, yes, you have to take care of yourselves right now, but you have to do it in a way that doesn't make it worse for your children, which as women we understand, but we have difficulty explaining it to men, I think. So this is sustainability. For me, this was a call to action, really. So I knew from my experience that we had to create a sustainable planet. And this is both environmentally and socially, so we can continue living on this earth. Otherwise, we are going to destroy Earth beyond repair at some point. Then I looked at, when I looked at pollution, plastics, and waste, this became even more clear during my time in Cyprus. And with the project I'm doing now, so I'm working on climate change, prevention, adaptation. The project I'm doing focuses on what the councils in the UK need to do to protect their communities, and especially their vulnerable, which include women, in the future against climate change. And to do this, they need to adapt in some way. So for example, if you want to protect people from floods, you need to put flood defenses. And we are telling communities how to take care of this before they get there. So before they have deaths, and before they lose their houses, and before they lose their children, what they have to do to not have those losses. And then, my PhD in environmental intelligence is the reason that this led me there later on is because I saw that there's a lot of information being processed every day and being produced. So you have, for example, literally billions of readings of temperature, or how many people attend to a conference, things like that. A lot of data is being produced, but we need to use this to solve the environmental problems, and that is what my PhD is. So, moving on to climate change. As we all know, it's a substantial threat to sustainability and the world, and these impacts are not being felt equally by everyone. So as women and children, as women and our children, we will feel these more than other parts of the community. And poorer communities will feel it more than the wealthier parts, because their ability to adapt and prepare is different. So the work I'm doing right now as a research assistant, it's a project between the University of Exeter, Cornwall County Council, and a few more partners. And as I said, our purpose is to help the communities to adapt before they lose anything. And my specific part in this is to create what we call health impact pathway maps. So I basically find out what happens in the world, and I try to put everything on paper, which is a big deal, but there are ways to do it. So I will just show you what this means. So this map on the right is part of what comes out of my research, and I will just talk to you a little bit about why do we need this and how they work. So health impact pathway maps is a way to basically take the climate change effects on top and then write everything that happens, you know, you going shopping, you driving a car, everything like that, and how all of those things affect each other. And then at the end, how that may end up in a health impact, such as you may be having a heart attack. So, and I am hoping this will make it a bit more clear. So for example, does any of you know, and you don't have to answer me, how hot weather affects domestic violence? So you may have a guess, but we actually have some studies that show that this is actually a link. So when the weather is hot, especially like it's actually cool for Cyprus today, but when the weather is hot, we can see that all around the world, and not just in the tropics, all of the violence and criminal cases are increasing. So when the weather is hotter, the police can expect more domestic violence cases. The hospitals can expect more patients to come in. So this is actually shown all around the world. So it depends on the social context as well. So for example, in America, you can expect more gun violence. So you can expect more people getting shot, killed, admitted to the hospital. But from a woman's point of view and their children, you can expect more domestic violence. So maybe you can look into putting more preventive measures, advertising helplines a little bit more when it's hot. And this will help women a lot more. And this is what I find out. So I find out all these connections, and we tell these to councils so they can take appropriate measures to protect all the vulnerable people in their community. So I'll just skip through these a little bit. So on the right-hand side, that big map you see, it's one of the latest maps that I finished. So you can see that how complex everything is. And I know that you cannot read that, it's quite small. But within that is also the connection that I told you. So it tells you that we give people a map of the heat of climate change going into the next century, and we tell them where the heat will be high, and then we tell them if the heat is high in this location, then you can expect more domestic violence in that location during these years. So you can take very targeted approaches like this. So a little bit more detail about how climate change will affect women. We know some global effects. I'm sure you have all heard, we will have less food, less water, probably. There will be some insecurity unless we start to do something about it. There will be more civil conflicts, unfortunately probably more wars like we have in Ukraine, more extreme weather events, which means more hurricanes and things like this. Air pollution will go up, heat exposure will go up, and there will be more disease. So this is a global effect on everyone. When we go to more specifically on women, we can expect more sexual violence. And these are all referenced, these are all from scientific evidence, so I didn't want to crowd the slide, so if you're interested, I can give you the references. We can expect more sexual violence, we can expect less reproductive control over what women can do for their bodies, negative pregnancy outcomes, which mean we can expect more children to be we have more stillbirths. We can expect more premature pregnancies, and interestingly, we can expect our daughters to start their menstrual cycles earlier or later because of the pollution that will affect their bodies. This will change the hormones, and it will also affect their reproductive systems. And of course, on top of that, we always have pregnant women who will be more susceptible to everything. But just to end on a different note, other than science, other than hard science, we have to remember that social, demographical, and political circumstances, they all make a difference. And it's not just about science, and a social context, a positive social context can make all the difference between health versus non-health, basically. You can be healthy or you can be ill just because of how your society supports you. So this is just a thought exercise. You can answer it aloud if you want. But I just want you to think about this. So I'll just read it. You're searching for a job, basically, and you see that company A gives you a list of 10 requirements that it's looking for in the successful candidate. So this can be, You need to be able to speak English, you need to be good with people, you need to have a bachelor's degree in sociology, for example, things like this. So there's a list of 10 things. How many do you think of these requirements you have to meet before you apply for this job? 6. I heard a lot of 10s, is that right? Any 8s? That's interesting. Yeah? Yes, that's exactly my point. So, the research says most women think they need to fulfill all of these requirements before they apply for this job. And the reality is men think they only have to meet 60%. And this is only one research, so there have been other researches on this. This was the very first one. So after this, they did more research about this. So with men, it goes down to as much as 30%. So basically, about 3 out of 10, if I meet it, I will apply, is what men think. But women, because we are taught to have low self-esteem because of the societies that we live in, we think that if and only if we meet 100% or close to 100, that is only when we should apply, because otherwise it will be a waste of our time and we don't think we will get it. And one thing that I want to add, which is not on this slide, is if you look at the data, actually men get most of the jobs. So you can see that requirements actually don't mean much at the end of the day. It's more about you. And just another thing to end on, these are just some thought things to make you think a little bit. You might have seen these because it went viral online a while. So when you see these 2 pictures of men taking care of their children, what do you think? You know, you think usually, yes, good father. This is a really nice father, you know, taking their child right there in the pram, in the park for a walk. On the phone, yes. Yeah, I love that you say that. And in the next one, you see a dad dropping their daughter off at school, which is also, some people would say, oh, that's such a helpful dad, you know, they don't leave mom to do all the job. Yes. So, that is what they say. So now, next to that, we put the women. And if you see a woman pushing their kid on their phone, you will say, oh, is that really a good mom? She's on her phone, she's not looking at her baby, you know. It's just the way we see things, and this is what society teaches us. And next one, we say, oh, that's probably a working mom, dropping the kids off and rushing to work, you know, take care of the problems there, and then come back and pick up the kids. So this is just some things to think about. I really like these comics, and so I just really wanted to show them. Just my last slide. These are some reflections on what I have learned in my field. Basically, as a woman, it is not always easy. It's the very short version. I learned that it doesn't matter what degrees I have, if I studied at Harvard, if I took courses in Taiwan, I gave presentations to company CEOs, I went to Ecuador, to Galapagos Islands, to the Amazon, I studied environmental science, you know, and these are all on my CV. All of my managers know this. But I found that that doesn't matter. As a woman, I can always be underestimated, I can always be overworked, I can be asked to make coffee even when it's not my job. I can even be physically harassed, and I have lived through this. As a woman, just because you wear a skirt at work, sometimes men might think it's appropriate to make a sexual comment. And we have to know that that's not okay. It is, if I wear a bra or if I don't wear a bra, that's my job. Because you don't know if that's after a medical condition or not. That might as well be. And I think this is what I have learned during all my years. And I have to say that this is why I like working where I work, because I know that I can do something about it. So I can experience all of those things. However, I found also, after all these years, it took living through all those things, but I learned that I'm also strong, I'm capable, and I have a voice, and I can use it. So, as long as me, and people like me, like you, continue to use our voice to say something and to stand up and say, this is wrong, and you cannot tell me, you cannot talk to me like this, and I have these qualifications, and I'm just as good as you. As long as we use our voice, I still have the hope for a world where women and men are regarded as equals. Thank you.
We thank Ceren for this great performance, and we'd like to invite the president to give her if we follow our program, it says coffee break. We can have a coffee break, but do you have questions? Okay, let's have a question. Yes. Okay?
Thank you. I'm Annelies Pierrot, I'm the treasurer of UWE, and I'm a biological oceanographer. We had a 3-year program for the International Science of the Council of Science in Paris, with a book as a result about the gender gap in science, how to reduce it, how to deal with it. And following that up, the book is there, so I will put a thing on the thing again, you can see it, and you can have a PDF downloaded. And it's followed up by a project with all the science international associations. And we had a webinar in June about quota. And the result was, to get results on the short term, we need quota, special programs, to get equality in numbers.
Yes. Thank you for that comment. Actually, that just reminded me the program that I have that I'm starting on Monday, the PhD program. Since it's about artificial intelligence, which is computer science, and it's still a very much male-dominated field, the program that I'm in is very selective. So there's only 6 of us starting, but out of the 6, only 2 of us are women. So I think that's pretty representative of what's going on in the computer sciences. So that just reminded me of that. Thank you.
Elizabeth Poskett, Great Britain. Thank you for what was a very thoughtful talk. As chair of planning for the district of West Oxfordshire, the councillor chair for planning, I'm delighted you're going to work with councils and tell them what they should be doing. In fact, in West Oxfordshire, we do have quite a good climate change programme. My concern really is that you actually go and tell these things to government. We had a new garden village plan in West Oxfordshire, which was aiming for 0 carbon over the village, and it went to the inspector, and the inspector said, well, you don't have to make it 0 carbon, and so I'm going to say it isn't necessary, which of course is giving the developers a message you don't need to bother. And this is what concerns me really, that we all know around here anyway, the problems of climate change and the sort of things we ought to be doing. But how do we get people to do it? And particularly, as they are going to be the worst to suffer, the deprived, both in our country and also in the developing world. I worked for 5 years in the Gambia, which is sustainable development, sustainable farming. It really is very poor land. And every year the trees get cut down to make fresh land for development. And you talk to the people about it and not setting fire to the forests. And they say, but what else can we do? And how do we get the message over? And how do we really help those truly disadvantaged? Thank you. Sorry to be so long.
Thank you. I will try to answer all of those. No, thank you. No, I mean, they were all really great questions that we are trying to answer as well. And we actually do have, so our strategy external communications person is the one who deals with external partners. But I remember her saying that there was a lot of interest from the Oxfordshire Council. So we do have some ties to the council, and I can talk to you more about it later if you would like. But yeah, everything you said about vulnerable communities, it's true. About net zero, there's some discussion around that lately, because while it is important, and I'm not undervaluing that by any means, but the extreme attention given to net zero actually takes away from the importance of adaptation options. So, because when we get to net zero, we will stop climate change from getting worse. But at this point, we are past a tipping point, so it will happen and it will get worse. Even if we stop today, even if we stop everything today, we are net zero today, we will still get climate change happening, and it will get worse in the several coming years because all of this will be absorbed into the Earth system. So what we also need is to adapt. So, but your comment about how do we get people to do that is, I think, to start with the government, because unfortunately, if you don't have laws, people don't just do it out of the goodness of their hearts, and they will always look to make their pockets bigger. So on that note, we do have a national stakeholder group in the UK that's starting up, and we do have ties to the government. So I don't want to make this longer. I can talk to you more about it. I don't want to take any more time, but yes.
Okay. Yes, I can. What I can remember, I think. Can we have a very, very short question, please?
I would like to make a comment actually. I am Hasibe Şahoğlu. I am from the board of University Women. Thank you for sharing your work and experience with us. But what you said is you went through those experiences actually that, you know, the women see lots of problems. And then you said raise your voice. What I would like to do actually at the beginning to raise our voice, not go through those experiences and then afterwards start raising our voices. From the beginning we should be strong and, you know, do whatever is needed to make men think that we are equal. Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. And I think food for thought is hot weather. More hot weather, more violence. And living in a hot country, you know, we really have to be very careful. And temperatures are rising in Europe, so enjoy your coffees. We shall be back at past, so we have 10 minutes. Thank you.
through their careers from the perspective of a female conservationist. Catching me now? Better? Yes. Beautiful. So, everyday life of a female conservationist is mostly dependent on the time that they spend on field. And through that, as Ceren voiced before, you get to experience a lot of harsh comments or some assault, and to some degree you can get past it all. But afterwards, you cannot really not let it affect your everyday life and your mental state. So I'd like to start off with a couple of quotes that I've been seeing and relating pretty much. So the first one goes, women scientists still usually aren't allowed to be bold and smart. And obviously, as women scientists in the room, you know that is not true. But we feel like we are not allowed to be bold and smart in whatever we do, unless we are nice, unless we are pretty, unless we are appreciated with what we look, what we sound. And many say that challenges include not being taken seriously just because you're the only female in the room. Just like Ceren said once again, 2 in a group of 8 is a minority. And so whatever you voice, whatever you think that you experience is just going to be smirked at and be like, oh, you woman. Traveling as solo, as a woman, can be quite challenging, and obviously being a conservationist requires you spending a lot of field research time and trying to find the balance between feeling adventurous, going for something boldly that you think that you can achieve, and just that background voice in your head saying you need to remain safe because it is not safe for a woman. And the last, but the biggest one that females keep constantly expressing is that balancing work and family time is hard. And I'm sure you all enjoyed the comic that she just showed, where it shows off how a mom is seen as the primary caregiver, whereas the males aren't actually having the same expectation from the society. So as a woman, whenever you're spending that extra time, giving that extra effort to your work, just to help you climb up that ladder that is hard for you anyways to climb, every single time you feel very guilty just because you are the primary caregiver for your children and you can't just give all your time to them just because you are working. So a little bit about me. I'm Miriam, and I've been working with Society for the Protection of Turtles for around 4 or 5 years on a payroll and been volunteering my time for over 10 years. I have always loved being the child rolling around in the mud, going to find that interesting bug, asking different questions about why this leaf is greener than the other. And it was all fine until I stepped in my teen years and I was expected to act like a woman in the making. I started getting around on the age of 12-ish, the odd comment being, why are you covered in mud? That doesn't really look girly, does it? And then it followed up, you shouldn't really be running around with a skirt. And then I'm like, I don't want to be in a skirt. I want to be running around. And it keeps coming back with, but you're a girl. That's not what girls do. You go and cook the food. You go and make the coffee. And then that all started escalating once you start having feminine figures. You are tiny. I don't think you should be carrying that. Just go and sit with your friends. Do your nails. So that all becomes engraved in your head, and your mindset starts drifting from, I can do anything, I'm a strong individual, I have a voice, I can do anything, to, I feel suppressed, I don't know if I can achieve anything because I'm a girl, because I'm a woman, I'm not as strong, I'm not as courageous, I can't really say this because I'd be seen masculine. So the cultural norms, being raised in a male-dominant environment, community, and also the gender norms, the expectations of people from you, they all weigh quite heavily on you as a person. And as a conservationist, it makes your job even harder. So at the age of 16, I wanted to volunteer with a turtle project, quite well known in North Cyprus, the main NGO that deals with marine conservation in the north and west coast. The project's been running for quite a few years by the time that I figured it out, and then I wanted it to be a part of it for as long as I could remember. But it became a challenge when I wanted to volunteer because it was a mixed sex environment that we would be involved in. We would be sleeping in the same room with boys, and that became a whole chaos. Thankfully, Mom said, "We trust you, you know what you're doing, we support you, just keep it quiet, just so the others aren't going to be judgmental of how you're going to be perceived." Still, that silencing is a negative impact on your mental state at that young of an age. But it did make me go and experience, and I fell in love with environment, conservation. Not knowing what it was about, I just fell in love with the animals, and I said, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. This is my goal now. I want to be helping animals, which then became, I think I want to save the world, which is obviously all conservationists start with that. I want to be Superman. I want to be Wonder Woman. But yeah, so that then led me to getting a scholarship anniversary with the same goal, and I managed to go and get my undergrad in the UK as a biologist, and then I came back to get an offer from, I can't make it work. I promise that's not me being a woman. And then I got an offer to go and get a teaching degree. I was qualified, and they said it would be a good extra if you want to be working with younger groups. So I said, that's amazing. But then that labeled me as the perfect woman. I was going to become a teacher in the eyes of my family and my peers. I would have enough time to spend on my kids. I would be the ideal Cypriot lady that would be working part-time, seen in many's eyes, and just pursue that career. So when, after all that, after I did accomplish my goal as a working woman in their eyes, when I said, I want to be a conservationist still, I want to be out on the field, I'm okay with sand, mud, night, driving away, being in remote places with strangers, I started hearing a lot of those. You're a woman, you're weak, you're not as strong, you wouldn't be offered any jobs, even if you apply for anything, you wouldn't get it. They need a man, they need whoever's going to be getting the role is to be dependable. They want them to be strong, they want them to be listened. And that all feeding into you is soul crashing. And so I went and gave all those interviews, and it all did happen. Everyone told me, you are an amazing candidate. All that you did qualifies you for the position, but we need a male. Sorry, it's just a male-dominant environment that you're going to be working in. We just need the team leader to be taken a little bit more seriously. So I've been through all that, and I said, that's it, I'm not going to be able to do it. And then I looked back at all the previous compliments I got and how I defied them all and said, everyone, move away, I'm going forward. So then my story of a working woman with SPOT started. So SPOT, Society for the Protection of Turtles, is an NGO established in Northern Cyprus, 1992. So it is the 30th year of the NGO. I started being a part of the NGO as a volunteer when I was 16, which was a big deal for me, as I mentioned. Way before I started, they started taking an interest in marine life around Northern Cyprus. So once the NGO was set, it was all about the marine turtles, and then they saw that saving the marine turtles, which are an important and key species to keep the marine environment sustainably working on, wouldn't be enough. And so around 10-15 years back, they decided that they would be taking another approach to prevent the buildings on the sandy beaches, and also they would be taking measures to start marine protected areas. So the project has a couple of functional seasons. One of them is the Marine Turtle Conservation Project's nesting season. So we start having the marine turtles come around the island from April, May time. They start mating in the sea, and then they come out onto the land. And once they nest, our volunteers who are well educated on the topic, they figure out what the females are doing, collecting data on the behavior, and then figuring out the nesting zones, and then they cage the nests in order to be able to protect them from predation of foxes and dogs. And then in around 40 to 60 days, we start having the little hatchlings. Once a hatchling is hatching from the egg, it is smelling very delicious to anything around. So the dogs and foxes, they smell it and they're like, this smells like yummy food. They would obviously try and go for it. So thankfully for the cages, they can't dig down. But then as soon as they emerge from the sand and they make their crawling run to the sea, they are detected by the birds and the crabs, and when a crab goes for a hatchling, that's vicious. But I'm going to be stopping myself at that. Once they make it to the sea, they have roughly a 20 to 24 hour period where it's called the frenzy phase. So they swim non-stop until they find somewhere safe and secure where they can be hiding from the predators, like fish most of the time, and also they can find some food so that they can support themselves and their development. So once they leave Cyprus, we don't really know where they go about. But in 5 to 10 years' time, when they become beautiful juveniles, teenagers, they start migrating back to Cyprus. So our team working on land, they are able to protect the babies when they are still cooking, when they're still in the making. So through the nesting season and the hatching period, we are okay to take care of them. But once they're in the sea, we have no clue what they do, we don't know what they need. But 10-15 years ago, it's been realized that the major threat for marine turtles around Cyprus is not that they are being predated on the beaches, but that there is a bycatch issue in the small-scale fisheries. So we then started working with fishermen, which then led to a huge crisis in the team because no fisherman was accepting females on board. I personally thought it was the pirate mythology, you know, women on board is cursed, it's going to be bringing bad luck. It apparently is not that, it's more that women, especially young women on boats, seeing with fishermen is going to be causing house drama, because they are attractive women with the men sailing out. What does the woman think? So in order to break that thought, it took a lot of hard time trying to explain to the families that they are students, they are not sexual objects, they are here to work, female or male, doesn't matter. You just have to trust your partner like we do with our personnel. But we managed, and now most of the bycatch volunteers that we have are females. Interesting, but very well put story, I'd say. The project that I am a part of, which provided me all my self-confidence and my courage to take a step onto this stage right now and share all this with you, is quite important, and it is very unique. Like all fields, conservation has been male-dominated for a very long time as well. But Society for the Protection of Turtles, when it was being established and set, it wasn't only male entrepreneurs making it happen. Once they asked for help from universities abroad to provide some students and some personnel to come and have a, what is that word? Research on on the beaches of northern Cyprus to figure out where was most important. And what's happened is they sent a female team leader from University of Glasgow at the time. So Annette Broderick, who is a professor now in University of Exeter, one of the very well-known marine conservation-related universities in the world, came down and said, this is how we are setting this project. And she herself was leading the project for a couple of years, and then she always made sure that some of the leaders, at least, was females. So since then, we've had thousands and thousands of female volunteers and tens of female leaders. And when I look back at whatever I've been doing, and when I look back at whatever data, whatever reports Spot has been producing, I can easily say that if we want to achieve anything in terms of making this world a better place, a more livable place for us all, we have to make everything we're doing inclusive for every race, gender, wealth, of community, of background. I have been a team leader, and then I have been promoted to become the project leader, running the whole of Marine Turtle Conservation Project, and now this year I am the project coordinator. And through all my time, I met hundreds and hundreds of people who I got to live in communal living, to hear about the backgrounds, to hear about the goals. And most people come very afraid, just because they've been facing all of the traumatizing things that we did as women growing up in Cyprus, which was unexpected to me. I've always been taught, Europe, it's much better. Females, they're given equal rights. Not really. So I personally have experienced gladly that once given the opportunity, any star would shine. And these are some of my stars from last year. This photo is not set to make it look like they're all together. It's just every shot I managed to take of the volunteers of my time, I could go back to and say, this bunch achieved a lot. So Rosa, to the very left, she left Cyprus last year, and then with the CV that she has right now, she is now running a new marine turtle conservation project in Taiwan. She keeps calling me every now and then. She's like, this sounds odd, I don't know what to do. And I feel so happy because she can call me. And as a female conservationist, I see that women's power is that we are not afraid to ask for help from each other. Second from left is Josie Palmer. She is a scientist working on her PhD. She has co-authored many publications and is the lead author in plenty more. Third from the left is Florence. She came back this year and she's been helping lead the project in Cyprus, and now she's on her way to USA to be the helper of Tess, to the very right, who went and got a managerial position in a rehab center. So through my time, childhood to my late 20s now, I have been quite friendly and empathic. And that all brought me a lot of friends who was never afraid to share any story with me. And unfortunately, like Ceren said, they have all been through a lot to gain the self-confidence to say, you are not the one to tell me what to do. I set my own boundaries, I set my own goals, and I am strong and bold enough that I can go and get what I want out of this life. So I would like to finish with one of my favorite quotes of Jane Goodall, the primatologist, I assume many of you know about. So she goes, one individual cannot possibly make a difference alone. And I do agree. It is individual efforts collectively that makes a difference in the world. And that is all the difference in the world. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Do we have any questions? Yes.
I am not off. Sorry, I'm still booked.
Thank you very much, Mariam. This is a delightful insight to your career and your journey. With that journey, if I'd ask you and say, for the group of girls which are between, let's say, 12 and 17, so they're pre-university, and what Annalise was saying of trying to improve their accessibility to science, and do you have any volunteers from that age group, that young, or they're only university and postgraduate?
For marine turtle conservation projects, we are allowed to have them starting from the age of 16, but we are going and doing presentations in school starting from age 5 and explaining what we do to them, and we are always offering the games, the science puzzles, and we are more than happy with having them come and volunteer for a couple of days, just because there's the legality issue of them staying over. Having the age below 16 is challenging, but as I said, the project is very inclusive of any background, so any age is welcome.
And you think that's Northern Cyprus, you've studied abroad, you think that's available as well? It's the same?
Many places.
Exposure.
I would say that as long as the team leaders are okay with taking the responsibility, it is going to happen.
Yeah.
And many of the places I have volunteered and worked at, the case is that the head never wants to have young children at base because it is problematic.
Yeah.
But then you would always find that one or two girls mostly, which is really sad to say, I honestly am not trying to be a sexist here, but it is one or two girls that say, I want children to be exposed to what I'm doing, just because they need to be exposed to it now to take a step further and help make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. I just wonder, Jenny Morley from the UK, I'm a scientist, but I'm not a biological scientist. Can you explain to us where turtles are in the, what should we say, saving the globe in the whole environmental issue? How will saving turtles help us to achieve net zero or, improve the climate change situation?
It is not specifically the climate change issue, but the marine turtles, I can say, are the gardeners of the sea. I love that saying a lot. They are the primary nutrient bringers from the deeper seas to the shallow, and them nesting out on the beaches are very important, once again, in the nutrient support in the beachy environments. So if we were to remove the marine turtles from the ecological equation, then we would have a very big fall. You know how bees are made out now to be the saviors of land? Turtles are basically one of the main balancing factors of the marine ecology.
Right, thank you very much. Yes, we have a local project in Plymouth, which is quite near to Exeter, at the side of the peninsula, where they're growing a lot of seagrass, and there's a whole area where yachts cannot put their anchors, and again, that's all part of, and what was interesting is that the seagrass is very high in protein, so again, that's helping the whole thing. Thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you very much. Just before I leave the microphone to the next person, the seagrass, mainly in Mediterranean, has been neglected the attention for a long time, but the last 6-7 years there has been major work on especially Posidonia and Posidonia forms and subspecies. That is one of the main nutrients that many shallow water species and also the marine turtles feed on in younger ages. And now there are, I think, 3 groups forming all over the Mediterranean, and one major one, Med Gardens, I think that's called, have a look if you have a moment. They have been collaborating with different governments, different funders, and have been triangulating to figure out which areas the anchoring bans would be happening. And I think Plymouth was one of the main areas that the work line started with. So thanks for mentioning.
Can you hear me? Sigrid Martin from United Kingdom. At a practical level, what do you do for those turtles? As far as I know, there are various turtle beaches in northern Cyprus, and what it means is they are sort of cordoned off, and then sometimes the public is allowed to look. And I understand that the success rate is really very minimal. There are millions of them, and you are only able to save very few. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there are a lot of hatchlings every season that is released back into the sea. So the main measure that we are taking is on field. So the caging is what we do to save majority of the hatchlings. But only one in every...
I have to say, it's enormous effort put into that, because I saw various groups doing this, and in the morning it's on the radio if children can have a look at the beaches and things. But quite a lot of hard work, I must say. I have to admire it.
Thank you very much. It takes a lot of effort to be up from 4 a.m. and then be working till 10, 11 p.m. the same day. But everyone does it lovingly. So to answer your question of why it is important to save them right now with the effort that we are doing is every 1 in 1,000 hatchling is growing up to become an adult. And with the bycatch issue that I mentioned, even the adults, when they are coming back to Cyprus, they tend to, unfortunately, lose their lives in the nets just because they have to be coming out to breathe, and when they're stuck, they drown in the nets. So with all the effort that we're putting in, we saved over 1,000 nests in the beaches that we are checking, and the beaches that are patrolled in the Karpaz area is over 1,000 as well, and they had hundreds in the south beaches in the Famagusta area. The Prof is just back there as well, so could give an insight on that. But how it's working is that from a nest we can have up to 100, 200 eggs, and out of those a good 50% is possibly hatching, sometimes up to 100. But once they babies are making it into the sea within the first 10-20 hours, unfortunately most is fish food, and then in the continuing levels the plastic pollution is affecting them very badly. Once we find them drowned or stranded, we mostly find plastic in their systems to the levels that is making them feel like they are full, and then they die out of starvation just because they cannot consume food. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Gündüz to present the certificates to Meryem.
Yes, this is a thank you note. Thank you very much, Meryem. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Right, now we go to our next presentation on wildlife conservation in Cyprus, a journey of Cyprus Wildlife Research Institute by Rianne Pilgrims. Yes, right?
Thank you for having me. I will be talking about the journey of the Cyprus Wildlife Research Institute that we are having here in Northern Cyprus, where I'm working at, and the journey that we've been having for the last couple of years. First, I do want to talk about Jane Goodall, like she was mentioned before. I think we all know her as one of the most famous female conservationists that is alive, and she had a huge impact on how women are now also being ready to explore what being a conservationist is about. For those who don't know, Jane Goodall is an anthropologist and a primatologist, and she had a 60-year study working with chimpanzees. She tried to see and study the behavior of these animals, and she was the first woman to identify that chimpanzees have very human-like tendencies, and they also show aggression, for example. They are able to use tools for their own use, and they use these sticks to get what they want. And Jane Goodall was the first one to notice this by going into the field and by working with these animals and seeing what was really happening with these animals. Even now, she is still working, maybe not in the field as much as anymore, but she's still working on raising awareness for other women around the world, what it's like to be a conservationist, what it's like to help the environment, and she is working so much, still making it possible for other females as me, young females who want to do the same thing, and she's making this possible. So, Cyprus Wildlife Research Institute is a rescue organization for wildlife. How did it start? In 2016, this was just a hobby. A couple of people, we just got animals brought to us because we were the only ones who had a little bit of knowledge about them. People were bringing animals, wildlife to us. They said, I don't know what to do with it. So we took them in and we treated them and tried releasing them back to the wild. This hobby turned out in 6 years to be a huge organization with international impact, working for the wildlife and returning wildlife back to nature. We started building in 2016 a wildlife rehabilitation rescue center, so we would have space for animals that were injured or needed some time to get back and to strength to be released back into the wild. In 2017, we realized that not only wildlife on land needed help, but also wildlife in the sea needed help here in Cyprus. So we established a new center, which is called the Cyprus Marine Life Center. In the beginning, this was also a rescue and rehabilitation center, but now this is built into a center which is also helping on the field, saving sea turtle nests, working for conservation of sea turtles, raising awareness about the environment, about the sea. In 2018, this is when we started getting an influx of multiple animals. People started getting to hear about our name. They were interested. We got more animals that were injured. People knew to call us. So we needed to build our hobby into something more professional. So we decided to build the Cyprus Wildlife Research Institute, which is an umbrella organization holding all the other centers together. And from 2018 on, we went as an organization, we were still building, but we went on to a more professional route, working towards wildlife conservation in Cyprus. In 2019, we realized that just having a rescue and rehabilitation center wasn't just enough. We needed to have a proper center, a proper hospital for animals that needed proper care. Animals that were brought in to us with broken wings or were hit by a car, they needed to have the place that we could provide them, where they could rest, where we could do operations, where we could give them the proper medical care. So we established the Wildlife Hospital and Research Institute. The Wildlife Hospital in 2019 was built, and since then, in the present, we've been even working more about creating more centers and making our organization bigger. We have the Cyprus Educational Center, which is there to raise awareness from small ages. So we have provided a place where children from different kinds of schools can come, and we can teach them about wildlife from a very young age. So they are able to learn from the beginning what wildlife is, why it is important that we are conserving these animals. We also have the Cyprus seed bank, which we recently just built. This seed bank is here to work for the environment as well, where we are trying to get seeds ready to grow, seeds that have native endemic species in Cyprus who are doing not well, who are endangered. We are trying to get them back to a population where they are very healthy. So all these organizations have just been built in the last couple of 6 years. So from 2016 to 2022, in just 6 years, we've been going from just hobby helping animals because we care about them to being a proper organization which is able to help all kinds of animals all over northern Cyprus. We are still building this organization. We keep building. We are still building new buildings, new sanctuary for animals, so we have a proper space, a proper infrastructure to hold these animals while they are in our care. So what do we stand for at Cyprus Wildlife Research Institute? In the beginning, we were thinking, we're just going to be doing this as a hobby, just helping 20, 30 animals a year. Those 20, 30 animals turned into 800 plus animals, and this year we are expecting to go over 1,000 animals that we are helping, returning back to the wild. So wildlife rescue is our priority at this institute. Another thing that we are very interested in is removing threats from nature, and we are trying to do this by education and by raising awareness to all the people out there about communities, bringing communities back together and helping the environment gain back what they've lost. So in total, these last couple of years, these last 6 years, we have helped over 3,000 animals that were brought to our institute. This last year, probably over 1,000 will be brought. Most of them are birds. We mostly receive birds. Almost 70% of the animals that we get are birds. Afterwards, we get reptiles like snakes, and mammals are the least that we get. Just talking about some of the animals that we get during this presentation, I will show you lots of pictures that we are having. Lots of pictures of animals that we are taking care of, and you will get a little bit of knowledge about the wildlife that we have here in Cyprus. Most of the small birds that we are receiving, most of them are house sparrows and common swifts. Common swift you can see above in the picture. This year we received lots of them, and although the season for swifts are ending, for example, I am still taking care for the last couple of months about one swift that we had. It was a late bloomer. One swift, and it needs daily care. Small birds, they need a lot of care, which means that for the last month I've been caring for the swift every hour, giving it food, giving it attention that it needs, so hopefully it can also be released back to nature. For game birds, most of the animals that are being hunted, these are animals that are mostly hunted. Most of the animals that we get are partridges. We also get mostly francolins and quails. For raptors, we get a lot of raptors. We get raptors that are native to the island. We also get migratory raptors. The most common one that we get is the common kestrel. You can see in the picture above as well. For water birds, we do get a lot of stone curlews. It's the one on the bottom. And then, of course, we have the mammals and reptiles. For mammals, we do get lots of hedgehogs, foxes, and hares that we need to take care of. In the busy season, the breeding season, which has just passed for the last couple of months, it starts in April and goes to June, July, August even. We get lots of babies, orphan babies, that need full-on care all day long. For reptiles, we mostly get snakes. Most of them are the large strip snake, which is native to this island. We also get some coin snakes and vipers, which is the blunt-nosed viper here in Cyprus. Blunt-nosed viper here in Cyprus is the only poisonous snake that we have here in Cyprus. So what we do as an organization is is a couple of things. We are rescuing, treating the animals. We are rehabilitating them, we are releasing them. We do provide care for some animals that cannot be released back, so permanent care for those animals, and we try to be educating people as much as possible. For releases, we do have to be inventive sometimes. It's not always easy to go for releases. Sometimes we have to be quite innovative. Lastly, a couple of days ago, a volunteer asked me, is it even necessary to help these animals go back to the wild? Shouldn't we just let nature do what nature does? And if an animal gets sick, just leave it be, because this is what nature does. But what we are doing as an organization is trying to redo or undo what human actions have done to these animals. Most of these animals that come to the park, they have injuries or they are sick because of human influences into nature. It can be directly or indirectly, but most of it is because of human interference. So we as an organization are just trying to undo what humans have done to these animals. So here you can see just a couple of pictures of rescues that we are doing. Lots of this is animals that fall into traps. They fall into human-made construction sites. They are not able to get out, so we have to be ready to take them. Also, if it's a viper, if it's a venomous viper, so we are still going to be trying to save this animal. Lots of snakes, for example, they get entangled into nets that are left behind from fishing. Also, snakes, they tend to go and hide into cars because it's a nice, safe spot for them, not knowing that people get scared from them. And the last couple of years, in the beginning, people were very scared of snakes. They saw a snake and they tried killing the snake because that was what they were thinking they should do. And we've been trying as an organization to teach people that snakes are not something that you have to be scared of. And we are trying to get our name out there so they know that they have to call us and we can come and help remove the snake from their car without killing these animals. On the right side you can see a picture of a coin snake, which is also native to this island. Coin snake being trapped in a glue trap. Most of these people use these traps for rats and mice that they don't want around the house. But they don't realize that many animals, not just snakes, but also birds and mammals, get trapped in these glue traps as well, and they suffer because of it. And mostly they die a horrible death. What also happens is that lots of birds get trapped inside of mist nets because of hunters. Illegal hunting is still happening here in Cyprus. Lots of raptors and small birds get entangled in them and they are not able to get out. And they also die a horrible death because of this. We also have small animals, and it's still, you can see in all these pictures that most of these trouble that these animals are facing is because of human interaction, is because of dirt that humans have left behind in nature. Because these animals are getting stuck in just pieces of plastic that people leave behind. And then going from the rescue to the treatment, we are treating the animals in our own wildlife hospital that we have here in Cyprus. We have the wildlife hospital where we treat all kinds of animals, so we also treat the marine life that needs help. We have x-rays, we have a place for surgery, we have a place for examination, so we can really give them the proper care. On the right side you can see, for example, a sea turtle that we got just a couple of weeks ago. This sea turtle has been with us for the last month. It was probably found, it was found in the sea floating. It wasn't able to dive underneath into the water again. It had a buoyancy problem. Probably because it was stuck, or it got stuck into some kind of fishnet, and it was lifted up to the surface too quickly without any time for decompression, which is right now not able to dive under the water again. So for this animal we needed to do lots of treatment. We are still doing treatment for this animal. Some of these animals, like the snake you see on the left, it's a large rib snake on the left, they will need tube feeding because they're not able to eat on their own. They need tube feeding every 10 days, for example, and just so they don't lose weight while they are in the hospital being treated. Also hedgehogs, we get lots of baby hedgehogs that are probably infection-based that come to us. They need proper care and they need a proper space to be able to heal. We also get lots of baby donkeys and other kind of mammals. The donkey you see on the left is Muri. Muri came to us a couple of months ago. As most of you probably know, in Carpas you have lots of feral donkeys roaming around. And these do cause problems, but also lots of the mothers, they die, and then orphan babies, they stay behind. And they come to us so we can provide them the proper place. They need constant care. A donkey of this age, it was just 1 or 2 weeks old when it came to us, and it was very dehydrated and underweight. It needs every hour milk, it needs attention the whole day. It's very heavy work. On the right side you see a peregrine falcon with an injury of the wing. As you can see, we are also working together with lots of volunteers, trying to teach them in our hospital, because it's not just about saving wildlife, it's also about educating people and getting people, women, ready for this job in different places in the world, not just here, because it's a problem everywhere in the world. So this is the sea turtle I was talking to you about a couple of pictures ago. It's a loggerhead. Because it's not able to dive and it's not eating on its own for the last couple of months, it lost weight. It went from 51 kilograms to 46, so we had to intervene, meaning that working together with our veterinarian that we have at the wildlife hospital, we did an innovative surgery, putting in a tube, a permanent tube from the side of the neck, so we can tube feed it while it can still be in the water. So we can give it daily food while it's not eating on its own, and it will not lose as much weight because of it. So on the right side you can see the veterinarian doing the procedure. On the left is an x-ray with contrast, where we are trying to see if we are in the right place in the stomach with the tube, making sure that we are not in the wrong place. This is still the same sea turtle after we did the surgery, so it's now back into a tank where it can try and heal from this problem. And we are still able to monitor things constantly. But now it does have the tube and we can feed it daily, so it at least is going on. It's going to be a long process for sea turtles. It's always a very long process, getting them back to health and getting them back releasable. But hopefully this animal will be able to work through the problems together with us, and hopefully we will release it in the end. After the treatment, lots of animals, although they don't need any real medical care anymore, they still need time to heal and strengthen. That's the moment when we move into the rehabilitation center that we have. In these rooms, we have specially prepared rooms for these animals that we can alter based on the needs of these animals. We have small rooms where they have minimal movement, so they are not able to injure themselves. And once that we see that they are healthy and ready to move to a bigger room, we can move them to a bigger room where they can start flying again, for example, where they can strengthen. And at the end, we move them to a very big room. You can see if they're able to hunt by themselves again, if they're able to fly a long distance, not just short distance. And if everything is okay, hopefully we can release them. On the left, you can see, on the right, you can see an owl. On the left, you can see a sea turtle. During the rehabilitation period, we still have to monitor these animals constantly. It's very important checking the weight regularly to see that they're still doing fine, that they are still being able to eat on their own. Are they still gaining weight, or is there a problem reoccurring? So by doing these health checkups regularly, we are able to monitor these animals even when they are in the process of being released again. On the right you see a European roller. On the left you see a long-eared owl. These are all native animals to the island. As you can see on the left, we have one of the big rooms where, for example, a long-legged buzzard can get the strength in the wings again after an operation to strengthen the wings and be able to learn how to fly again. On the right you can see a little owl. And after all this trouble that we go through for all these animals, hopefully the outcome is positive and we can release these animals back into the wild, which is the thing why we do what we do. It's not just marine life, but it's also hedgehogs, it's small animals, it's big animals, it's snakes, it's all kinds of animals we have here. We try to release them back into the right environment so they can go back to where they belong. On the right, you can see the blunt-nosed viper. These are just a couple of pictures. On the left, the big picture, you can see a bee-eater. On the right, you can see again a European roller. And on the bottom, you can see a duck. As mentioned before, we do also release foxes. And on the right, you can see a common crane. A common crane is a migratory bird, so it just lands here during the season and then it travels back further south. Some animals, unfortunately, are not being able to be released back into the wild. Some of them have injuries that are too severe. They have amputated wings. They are not able to hunt anymore or get food by themselves. And at this point, we have a sanctuary for these animals where we provide a proper space for them where they can live out the rest of their lives. We have more than 40 species for the moment in the sanctuary, more than 400 animals that we are permanently housing. This sanctuary is for these animals to give them a proper life, but it's also for education purposes. With these animals, we can show people what is happening to these animals because of human actions and what we can do to stop this from happening. In the middle, you can see Hoodie the fox. Hoodie the fox was taken when it was a cub from nature, and because a person wanted to keep it because it's cute and it's fluffy and it's small. And this animal is not supposed to be cute and fluffy inside of your home. Now this animal is not being able to be released back to the wild because it's used to people. And although it's still a wild animal, it still will bite strange people. It's so used to people that if we would release it, it would go to people asking for food, which would be a danger for the animal, but also for people. It would also not be able to hunt anymore. It's not able to live as a normal wild animal. So this one is now, unfortunately, non-releasable and has to stay inside. Although we try to provide a good enclosure, it's still an enclosure for a wild animal, which shouldn't be in an enclosure. We also have the common crane on the right. This is also one of our residents. Unfortunately, the same thing happened. It was injured, it was shot by hunters, and then the person who found it decided to keep it for 7 years in a small cage. 7 years with an injury. The injury couldn't heal, so once we confiscated this animal, unfortunately there was nothing we could do, so now it's also unreleasable and it has to stay in an enclosure where it's not meant to be. Luckily for this sanctuary, we are also trying to give the sanctuary animals multiple purposes. What we are trying to do is creating breeding pairs. So although the parents cannot be released back to the wild, some of these animals start breeding, and the babies that they get, we can release to the wild. So at least we are able to do something back for these animals. Also, one of the more important things that we are trying to do as an institute is raise awareness, is educate people. We do it by providing tours in the park where we explain everything that we do to people, to children from a very young age, so they know and they see what's going on. For example, we try explaining to them the difference between a coin snake and a blunt-nosed viper, because they do look alike when they are small. For example, the one on the top is a blunt-nosed viper, the one on the bottom is a coin snake. You can see the difference because a coin snake really has the round markings on the body. I will go a little bit quicker because I don't have time. But we are trying to let people know that snakes is not something you have to be scared about. Snakes don't want to have anything to do with you. We also get like professional help from more associates that are trying to help teach people, students from all kinds of backgrounds, how you can help the environment and how you can help these wildlife animals. We also do have this marine life center where we have a project in Karşıyaka and in Karpas. We have identified this year more than 1,700 nests, which coordinates to currently 65% of North Cyprus. So yes, with this project we are trying to as well raise awareness and get communities together. I will go over these slides, but what I want to mention at last is that we also have a volunteer and internship program where we try and teach young people from a young age. This is my story because it started as well as me volunteering. I studied as veterinary nurse in Belgium, and I came here as an internship, and a 3-month internship turned into a permanent position in the wildlife hospital. But yes, female influence on our organization. We have lots of workers that are responsible for the rescue part, for the rehabilitation part, for the treatment part. We also do have lots of volunteers, female volunteers. We have more female volunteers coming to our organization, helping out. So these are just a couple of pictures that I want to show you, showing that females are really trying to do something about conservation and wildlife. So the last thing I want to mention, because this is important, if you see an animal in need, we do have a support line where you can call to, which is 1190, and this is where you can contact us and we will take the proper precautions to go and help these animals. So yes, 1190. Thank you for listening.
I'd like to thank Rianne for this very interesting presentation. So if you're calling this number from abroad, remember to add the country code, and Rianne will be there. To present her certificate, I'd like to invite Berna, our former president and member of the organization committee.
Preserve and help us in preserving the nature, and they made Northern Cyprus their home. Thank you, Rianne.
I need to pass on from the question time as we're running a little bit late because we have one more presentation with 2 wonderful speakers. And guess what? We have one male presenter coming up. The subject will be environment and women, yet we have 2 people presenting, as I said, Professor Serife Gündüz and Assistant Professor Burak Ali Çiçek.
Yok başkasınınkine koyarsın değil mi?
Hi everybody, thank you very much for inviting me here. It's a very lovely crowd. But I'm not alone. I can see one man over there also.
But you are the only male speaker, Burak.
Oh, one more. Very good. I'm wearing all white. I'm here for peace. Okay. Yes, very good. We are going to share the platform together with my dear friend Serife Hanım, Serife Gündüz. First I will start. Okay, the context of my presentation. Conservation and protection activities in the marine life, because I'm a marine biologist and I'm in this field for around 30 years. Because of my age, now I'm in general project manager or coordinator in now. But okay, I started as a volunteer when I was a student. Then I take part in all levels of those projects activities. So I'm going to talk about this marine protection activities, approaches, giving examples from Turkey and Cyprus. I'm not going to talk about the details, what we are doing and etc. But because of my experience, I tried to summarize how women include their approaches and their power. But first of all, I have to give examples and what we are doing, trying to do. And also, I will really want to show you that what is lacking in this marine protection is international networking and collaboration. Because many of the species that Meryem talked about, for example, sea turtles, they are transboundary species. So we have to collaborate. Networking is important, and it is so often connected with political issues. And what I see also in my life experiences, women are more, how can we say, powerful. Or in making collaboration, peaceful collaboration and protection of the environment. I couldn't find the word. How can I define women's influence there? But it is excellent. Believe me, I'm going to show you. I'm going to provide you two statistical tables, depending on statistics, but a very quick statistics, and it's not, it doesn't have a base, scientific base, but okay, my observations. Let's start. Those are the areas from Cyprus and Turkey that I involved in protection. The bold ones are from Cyprus and the rest are from Turkey. I take part in different stages, observation, project management, or contribution management, or as a researcher. What I studied with sharks and rays, marine turtles, seabirds, monk seals, cetaceans. What are our tools in Cyprus and Turkey? National parks, specially protected areas, action plans and specific projects related with specific areas, and notifications, which governments release. The map from Turkey, as you can see, on the shore, Black Sea, Aegean Sea, Mediterranean, the red dots are the marine parks. We also have in Turkey SPAs, specially protected areas, more related with marine environment, because this marine protection and conservation is a rather new approach. The main approach in Turkey is given, or effort is given for terrestrial part. And also we have got action plans. We have got notifications, protected seasonally or regionally. But it is not enough, because the local approaches targets local species on the shore. But as I told you, highly mobile species needs further, needs international collaboration and international conventions, agreements, and etc. Those are the agreements that I can list. There are some others between countries, but those are the general ones. Okay, I'm going to come to Cyprus issue. In Cyprus, we are not integrated to any of them. I mean, northern part. This is because of the political issues. But okay, we are trying to protect the environment, nothing else. And we need women power. Let's continue. Risks and casualties that highly mobile species face. Especially climate change, contamination, oil pollution, and vessel strikes are the main issues, which are integrated with international conservation approaches. This is so important to protect the marine life and marine environments. We have got local approaches, and we are so successful. Mariam and Rianne talk about those activities done in Cyprus. They are all similar. What we are doing in Turkey, Cyprus. We are also contributing to those activities in İskele and Famagusta Bay. So we are successful in the local level, but international level, nothing. And how we know that those highly mobile species or transboundary species need conservation or facing these difficulties, problems, and etc. Because okay, we are following them. We are following them, especially together with Spot and Exeter Marine. We put satellite receivers, follow them, and see their roads. Funding is Funding is another important issue, which is again related with international support. Again, we need women. And we publish many articles. Mariam again mentioned about the ladies. The volunteers then start as guides and researchers. Stokes is one of them. So we are collaborating with other people, and I am in this field collaborating with many ladies and men. I'm going to summarize them to you. In the coastal and near shore, we have got available data, management activities, national level networking, and international networking. We can collaborate related to the activities that we are doing in local. But in the offshore and the high seas, we have got limited data, limited networking, and poor management because of the political issues. Is this approach replicable? Especially sharks and rays, monk seals, dolphins and whales need more. International level networking and lobbying is needed, adoption of international conventions and agreements is needed, and we should include Northern Cyprus, and areas beyond national jurisdiction is needed. But we are facing these political issues especially. What I'm talking about, areas beyond national jurisdiction. As you can see, this is the marine traffic, and those are the activities done with international collaboration. Aquabums, for example, is very active in protecting marine organisms. As you can see from the maps, Northern Cyprus is not included in any. But okay, we have got turtles, but we are not there. So we need your support. Okay, let's turn back to the issue. Ladies, perceptions and versus reality. Okay, in general, we men, Meryem talked about that, saying that, okay, you are weak, you cannot enter. You are not strong enough to walk. You are not good for the job. In addition, men, we sometimes make bad jokes because of the perception. Do you know this airplane? It was hijacked by an Egyptian man, brought to Cyprus because, okay, the guy wanted to see his ex-wife, and it was a very huge issue. And one of the leaders said that after journalists asked if all those related with love affair and emotional things and etc. And the leader said, always there is a woman involved. So, a bad joke. I also sometimes in the classrooms do this. I use Aphrodite because, okay, we are living in Cyprus and she's the most beautiful lady ever. I sometimes do. When people ask me what is the main reason for environmental problems, I say ladies. Because, okay, ecologically we compete, boys, to get the most powerful, most beautiful lady. And okay, all those activities men do is because of you at the end, isn't it? Of course it's a bad joke. But the reality, I cannot talk about all politics, all situation. Sadly, the earth is still governed by men, and they are ruling. But okay, it is bad. I can talk about all those global issues, but in my field, from my field. I work in all those projects and areas, as I told you, for 30 years. I deal with governmental bodies, NGOs, researchers, and people from industry especially. Because, okay, what I'm doing is also environmental impact assessments, monitoring activities for companies and etc. Because, okay, in general, the areas, protected areas and the species and etc. are interconnected. Okay, what is women power? The positions like management, expert, volunteer worker, networking, related people in local and international. I'm not going to give all the numbers, but women is leading, and it is good. Except, okay, it's in the second table, except expert level and worker level. Because, okay, expert level means that university teachers, instructors, and etc., all these are going. The volunteer level, I see that the local 25 to 75, it is almost the same with Meryem's statistics. It is good. I can see that the young generations, ladies, are coming to take over. And the second slide, the bad guys. Where are we now? As I told you, women power is going better, but still in the management level, especially management level, men is more than women. And this table is done by me, depending on my personal observations. This is not a scientific one and no criteria. But okay, it depends on my personal observations related with if the decision or if the action is bad for the environment or not. And I summarize it to you as managers, especially from the industry, who own the money and the power. Men giving bad decisions because of that argument. Power and the money. So, but especially in the other levels, networking, local and international, the previous table, the ladies are more powerful. And I want to talk about this, and I'm still repeating it. Look at the last one, networking international. At the international level, manpower is 20%. They are all good people, but the women power is 80%. So you should work more to provide international networking and win the battle against these political issues and protect the marine environments. Thank you.
Benim o videoyu siz buradan oynatırsanız.
Hi, I'm Serife Gündüz. I'm a professor and I work on environmental education on the island. But today I want to explain the climate security and Cyprus for you. And I will talk to you about the current situation of the climate crisis on the island of Cyprus, and the effects of the climate crisis are felt on both sides of the island. Yes, I would like to start my presentations with a diagram. You can see here the diagram. And as it can be seen, the diagram, water security is right in the middle of the security web, and they all influence each other. So it will not be right to talk about the water security or climate security only. As can be seen in the diagram, all the security systems are connected to each other, like a web. So I would like to share the view of the key stakeholders regarding the climate crisis. For example, here, UN Secretary said that at the 2021, red alert for humanity. And after examining the web, I will share quotation from all around the world on the climate crisis. The Secretary General of the United Nations said, we said before, red alert for humanity. This is very important. Then we can start highlight of IPCC, Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, and they said climate change is a threat of human well-being and health of the planet. We know this, but I want to put this highlight of this quotation because this is important for us, for Cyprus also. I will explain later why. And they said that taking action now can secure our future and continue. Some decision made in COP, which is Climate Pact Conference of the parties, and they start 1997 in Kyoto and after Paris, and they continue last year Glasgow. And the main focus, the decision that we are against the human-made destructions, and they all point out if we don't act, there will be no world to live in. Top, you can see here the top priorities of goals. I am hurry up because we have no time, but yes,
Sorry.
Yes. And another things, if we can't keep the warming at 1.5 degrees, it means risk for society and risk for the planet. This is another idea. And when we examine the EU Parliament, they said that the fighting climate change is a priority for European Parliament and keep 1.5 degrees the temperature, and below in the Cyprus section you will find details about the solutions the EU and Parliament are working on. And they said the majority of evidence indicate that this is due to rise of greenhouse gas emissions produced by human activity. Yes, now global average temperature can be limited to 1.5 degrees. Now all stakeholders, you see, agree on it, and I think do we agree also on it. But here, since the 97, there have been constant meeting about environment since 97. And we had focused on climate change in early 19th. We would have solved this problem, but people kept meeting. Next year, COP meetings in the Egypt. So we are continuing to meeting. Yes. And this is the information on the EU website, and it's our reality. So as Cyprus, what is our position and situations? And in the 2050 projection, the Mediterranean is included as a red zone. We are in one of the areas most affected by the climate crisis. Due to the climate crisis, drought will increase and we will be unable to find water. This is Cyprus reality. Yes, this quotation is from a newspaper interview, and President of the European Commission said EU member countries, including Cyprus, can and will implement in the European Green Deal. And she said the extreme weather events are happening all over the globe more and more often, giving as an example Cyprus, where the worst wildfires in decades ravaged the country in the beginning of the summer. Yes, and they can help adapt to the everything about the climate change. For Cyprus also. And this is data from the Cyprus, and Cyprus total greenhouse gas emissions have increased by more than 60% since 1990. And after Green Deal, we will assist Cyprus in achieving its revised 2030 target of minus 32%. And they focus on, for 2050, climate neutrality target. We have a neutrality target. Cyprus also have. And we have a lot of target here, you can see it. and zero pollutions, preserving and restoring ecosystem and biodiversity, and environmental friendly food system, and clean and circular economy, and secure energy, blah, blah, blah. We have a lot of targets for climate crisis. Yes, and another things. Where are we in this framework? So, where do we stand in this? Are we even standing in this or not? However, if we are a part of the EU land, we need to participate in all of those practices. Being successful with only half of Cyprus is not possible. North Cyprus should be part of the Green Deal and should get their part of the funding for the adaptation plan. And I'm continue. Yes, I would like to draw your attention here. Cyprus is one of the sensitive hotspots in the climate change. Here we can talk about the injustice of the climate. The fact that our contribution is at the lowest level does not mean that we will not be affected. On the contrary, we are registered as the 5th most affected country among of the EU countries. It means, consider Cyprus, our green gas contribution is very low, but 5th country that will be most affected. So, bu videoyu oynatabilir miyiz? Yes, let's watch a video. Let me continue my speech while you watch.
Oynamaz bu video.
Üstüne
Fotoğraf
tıkla da oyna.
tıkladım.
Oynardı yani.
Bir dakika. Fotoğraftır bu.
Fotoğraf değil. Üstüne tıkla.
Tıklayın, ne olur üstüne fotoğraftır.
Bak yıldız var, gördün mü? Burada yıldızı oynatmak lazım.
Orada yok ki yıldız.
Bak burada yıldızı var.
Üstüne basarız yani. Fotoğraf olarak çıkar.
Sorry.
So, sorry for this. Yes. So, if we can watch a video, you can see the very bad conditions of our North Cyprus this year. And here I would like to draw attention to extreme weather conditions. Extreme climate events in our country have begun to experience extreme heat, heavy rains, drought, and floods. Forest fires, infertility of our lands, and heat waves affect our country. The poor in the developed or developing country, children, women, those who polluted the nature least suffer more, and this will become more evident in the future. There are already huge socio-economic inequalities in the world. The climate crisis is a reshaping them. We can define this situation as a security problem, not only ecological sense, but also in an individual and economical sense. So, environmental crisis and climate crisis threat the existence and security of the whole world and nations. Of course, this will not be limited to the climate. Water scarcity, food insecurity, and migration will reshape life. And another for the fire. And approximately 33,000 hectares of forest burned since 1995 in Cyprus, North Cyprus, and totally nearly 85 forest fires. It means billions of euro economic loss also, near the biological loss. So, we must prepare and implement our climate adaptation plans also. This is very important for us. Along with the current economic crisis, the food crisis is also on the agenda. With the climate crisis, agricultural protection is also in danger. We need to create a state policy on this issue, and we must prepare our adaptation studies, our plans, and take our measure. We have disrupted the order of nature and are rapidly heading towards collapse. We need to prepare and implement our climate adaptation plans. In short, if we don't not include climate, water, food, and energy security among our priorities, we will not find a country where can we live in the future. But we are forgetting something very important. The most important services that nature provided us, which is essential for our life. Think about how long we can live without oxygen, water, and food. We need to be involved in the EU plans, and the success of the island depends on the peace and inclusive solution. And last slide, the future of the world is on our hands. Thank you very much for listening.
We thank our last presenters for this interesting presentation. I would like to invite Burak Bey to the stage, as well as the UWE President Anne to present certificates to our last two speakers. Please, Anne, Madame la Présidente, veuillez venir sur le plateau. Merci. Well, the first morning is over. I hope you enjoyed it. We, as the organizing committee, hope that you enjoyed the presentations. We are actually really on time, so we've done really well. Yes, we have now, of course, our lunch break. At 2 o'clock, we're back in here for more interesting work, I think led by our dear friend Başak from the Turkish Association, and other friends as well. I'd like to remind you as well that the departure for a very exciting evening tonight will be at 5:15 and not 5:30, yes. Unfortunately, environmental changes have also affected the traffic. And the traffic is apparently quite bad at that time because of the schools, etc. So we might need slightly longer. And it's a beautiful place as well that we think you'll be enjoying being there as well. So departure will be 5:15, but this is well after the afternoon presentation. So we hope you have a very good lunch, and I would say bon appétit. I think lunch, Miss Inan, lunch. Could you tell us the direction to lunch, please? I think we need to get out of the building. Up the hill, Sunset Restaurant, but there will be those small, buggies taking you, so you don't need to walk. So. It's in the same hall at a separate corner. The separate lunch is in the same place, but in a separate sort of separate area. So we all head towards the same building, which is the Sunset Restaurant. We go out of the building, and you'll be taking forward. Ina, could you like to all you know, we shall be leaving the hotel at 5:15 to go towards our next activity, which is at the Marriott Diamond Hotel, the new one, and we will be welcomed there by the hotel administration, and we'll have lovely dinner there and visit the beautiful gardens as well. So I shall pass on to dear Başak, the next session. Right. Başak and we met, I think it was about 15 years ago, here in this hotel. And same as with lots of other people who are present here today. So it's really amazing to refresh those lovely memories and then welcome you all. And I'd like to take this opportunity to say Birten Hanım from the Turkish Association, as the former president of the Turkish Association, who is here. She was also here 15 years ago. Birten Hanım. Hello. I'd like to also thank her on behalf of the Turkish Cypriot Association for all the help that she provided and the support she provided in introducing us to the International Federation, so that we became full member of the International Federation, and as a result we became a full member of the University Women of Europe, of which we're really proud, and I'd like to thank her on behalf of my association to that support that she provided all those years ago. Right, Başak Hanım. Yes. Our president İnan Hanım has a message. Yes.
Okay, we want to thank you for Acapulco, because they've done everything so super, as I see, and we are very happy with them. And İçim Hanım was here in the morning, but very busy now. So I am just giving the certificate to her secretary, Meltem.
Okay. So we're thanking the Acapulco organization and the management for their support in this event. And once again, Başak Ovacık of the Turkish Association for a wonderful workshop.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies. I would like to thank the Turkish Cypriot Association of University Women for their warm welcome and hospitality. I am honored to be here as one of the speakers on an UWE conference. I would like to talk about women and sustainability in climate change, and I would like to give you some facts. I am Başak. I have a lot of hats on me. I am the CIR of Turkish Association, but I am also working as a lecturer at a university in Istanbul. I'm a gender expert. I give classes on gender studies and sustainable development goals. I am VP fundraising for GWI, and I am the board liaison for young members in GWI. Yeah, some facts. SDG number 4, education, is our mission. All of our associations are working for educating women and girls. It also interacts with climate action, as well as gender equality. Today, I'm going to give you facts from different regions of the world to help you make that connection. Disasters affect men and women unequally. Women are 14 times more likely to die or be injured in natural disasters than men. but mitigation of climate change is possible through education. In the last decade, climate change-based disasters and extreme weather events have increased, and it has become inevitable to include gender and education in climate action. Women in sectors whose sustainability depends on the health of ecosystems such as agriculture, livestock and fisheries are the most affected by the devastating consequences of climate change. The socially ascribed roles to rural women are highly associated with natural resources. Drought, dwindling water supplies, extreme weather events, and the possibility of flooding coastal areas put both food security and livelihoods at risk for women. As primary providers of water, food and energy, women are particularly vulnerable to changes in the availability and quality of natural resources. In Uganda, people walk an average of 6 hours a day to find clean water. Water for drinking, cooking, sanitation and hygiene. Climate change is reducing the quantity and quality of safe water available worldwide, and as dry seasons lengthen, women will have to walk even more and even migrate for new water resources. Migration due to climate change. I talk about internal and external migration. It will rise. During the drought, the workload on women and children increased. In addition, women and girls spend up to 5 hours a day collecting fuel for their household needs. In South Asia, in Indian Ocean, there was an earthquake. 4 times as many women were killed in the tsunami because they were taking care of their children and elderly in the midst of the disaster. In addition, when we look at swimming rates, women who lag far behind men have a lower chance of survival. They don't know how to swim. My country, Turkey, is one of the Mediterranean countries where forest fires are common, like Cyprus, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece. In July and August 2021, we had the biggest fire of the last 50 years in Turkey. Similarly, fires in Siberia, in the Amazon in recent years have also been caused by climate change. Although forest fires cause serious damage to trees, plants, and many animals living in the forest, they directly affect the lives of women. Women lost their lands, animals, homes, and most importantly, their earnings in these fires. In this photo, you can see 15 acres of wheat turned into ash in minutes, and women watched helplessly as their labor perished. The women affected by the fire now live in containers provided by the government. They have no animals, they have no land to cultivate. They were left to live in poverty. Temperatures throughout the world are predicted to rise between 1.5 to 4 degrees Celsius. Research shows that fire seasons will be prolonged in very hot climatic conditions, and there will be serious increases in forest fires in the near future due to climate change. As the weather warms and land vegetation or fuel begin to dry up, wildfires increase. And there are barriers at the root of women's vulnerability in the climate crisis. Economically, they earn their living from farming, livestock, fishing. In terms of education, in societies where gender inequality is dominant, women have the responsibility to provide and use water in the family. The primary responsibility belongs to the girls. Girls go to carry water, find fuel for the house. Girls work in the fields as agricultural workers. Girls become shepherds, so girls drop out of school as a result. Legally, women farmers produce a large proportion of the world's food supply, but less than 15% of all landowners are women. Women's property rights are also very crucial. And in patriarchal cultures, women are expected to work in the fields, take care of children and elderly, do the housework, and look after the animals. We want our world back. Education is the key to responding to climate change. So UNESCO also wants environmental education to be a core curriculum topic by 2025. We need to force our governments for climate education, starting from primary levels. We urgently need to put education at the center of climate change. It is necessary to teach and raise awareness about the causes and effects of global warming. So we need to teach, you need to teach yourself first, your families, communities, your NFAs, colleagues, and bring the skills to your NFAs in your home countries. We need programs to reach across all disciplines and workplaces. We need to provide an education that will empower people to achieve sustainable development in its three pillars: economical, environmental, and social. And we need to offer them practical solutions so that we can decrease this climate change. What matters is for people to acquire knowledge, skills, values, and the attitudes they need to build a green, low emission, and climate resilient future. Now, as it is a workshop, I have finished my presentation, but I would like to ask some questions to you, to my audience today. I would like to divide you in 4 groups, and I would like you to discuss about the questions. What can you do to eliminate carbon footprint in terms of transportation, in terms of energy, in terms of your nutrition, and in terms of your daily life? I would like to divide the first column here. Please be the first group and work together. Yeah, this one. Yes, please. Jenny, yeah, you can just turn around and speak.
And you're going to leave that slide up?
Yes, yes.
I think I will try and British. I think it would be better to mix people up a bit more.
Okay, I can split. The Turkish ladies, please. Funda Hocam, Yasemin Hanım, Şükran Hanım, move that. Column, please.
I suggest you guys can also try the British.
Yes, please. You can also
How many minutes do we have?
You have 10 minutes. 10. Is it enough? Yeah. first group, British. The second group, UWE board and Roxana Terry, please. The third group, Turkish and Swiss. And Aisha, yeah. And the fourth group. The fourth group, you are the fourth group.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, well done, hardworking ladies. Thank you very much for taking time and discussing these problems in between you. And who is the spokesperson for the first group, please? Elizabeth, please. Microphone.
Thank you very much. Our group was in a little doubt whether we were just dealing with the first question on transport or whether we were dealing with all four. So I will give you something on transport and a few thoughts on the other items. What we can do in relation to transport is to walk more, cycle more. But this has its problems in that in many countries this is difficult. And so we need to encourage more cycle tracks, better walking spaces. And of course we need to encourage better bus services in some places. One has to recognise that these things are not easy in some communities, so we need to encourage people to develop their own local bus transport if necessary. Many of us have come here by plane. The problem is, of course, it's much quicker, it saves time, but we need to think whether we really need to go by air or whether we really need to make that journey or can do it by virtual communication. But I think those of us here today recognise the value of personal contact. I think we need to encourage the use of electric cars. I'm told by one of my colleagues, sorry, am I going too fast? Oh, am I? Sorry. Do I? Oh. Hardly. We need to encourage the use and development of electric cars. I'm told no hydrogen cars are what you want. Well, yes, if we had them, but we don't. Whereas electric cars are still expensive, but they are there, and hopefully, like solar panels, they will come down in price. And now, certainly, they do quite long distances. And of course, all this is very well if you have two legs which work. If you are disabled, it can all be a problem. And I think one has to accept that for some people, using cars or using motor transport is inevitable. But we need to think also about making pavements, roads, access to buildings possible for the disabled, so they can at least use their mobility scooter and go places that way. I think that is most of our transport items. With energy, I mean, clearly there's no reason why, now they're much cheaper, we shouldn't at least look seriously about getting solar panels on our homes if we don't have them already. We need to encourage turning off equipment in the house. And whilst you might say, well, it's only a minor item that is that I've left on all night, if we all reduce our minor items, that would make a major difference. When we're using things like kettles or washing machines, use them either with a kettle, don't fill it more than you need. With a washing machine, use it only when you've filled it. Don't use it twice a week, half filled. Certainly in Britain, the problem is a lot of us have very inadequately insulated houses, which mean we waste more energy on heating places. And so one thing is to insulate your houses better, but also turn the temperature of the house down and wear more jerseys. Another thing slightly offbeat there is reducing the use of peat. Well, at least trying to get rid of the use of peat. Peat bogs are great absorbers of carbon, and by digging them up to spread on our gardens, when we could instead be using composted food waste, is not a good thing. With nutrition, certainly try and use local foods as much as possible. Use seasonal foods. You don't have to go vegetarian, and actually maintaining a vegetarian diet which is good quality for particularly for children, is difficult. Reduce your intake of meat, because so much meat is fed on food that could be given to humans. And of course, the problem is that cows at the moment produce methane, although there's a lot of work being done on trying to feed cows on different things, such as seaweed, where they produce less methane, methane being a carbon polluting gas. I've got another item there which oh yes, and of course the other thing is cows use land which could be used for growing food. In daily life there's a mass of things, but we need to educate ourselves and bring up our children to look carefully at what they're using and to realise that we can all get by perfectly well on using less and not having a new this and a new that every time a new version comes onto the market. We should encourage business not to, and cafes and things, not to overproduce, and also to discourage things which become obsolescent easily. So you have to produce go and buy a new one, because the old one you can no longer get a part for it. We should encourage the absolute no against single-use plastic and try and reduce plastic waste altogether. Try and reduce our use of pesticides. I discovered in the drought, washing up water full of soap powder is very good both for the plants and for discouraging things like green fly. We need to encourage all forms of recycling, and with your rubbish to encourage, if it doesn't all happen already, separation of your rubbish into things like glass and metal and paper so they can be properly recycled. And where possible, compost things yourself. We need to encourage the use of grey water. Why do we use clean water you could drink to flush the toilet? And I think slightly differently, we should encourage the support of relevant charities who are putting money into helping the developing world manage their utilisation of energy and consumables. Things like Water Aid in our country, Send a Cow, which not only sends a cow to a woman in a developing country, but encourages her how to use it and how to use the manure to help grow her crops, and use the milk from the cow to provide money for her child's education. I think I've covered enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your detailed answers. Well, that was quite a lot. But our group imagined that we were the world government for just 1 hour, and we thought about what kind of measures would we implement directly. We have 10. A maximum price on energy up to a certain level for consumers and enterprises, and when you over that level, you pay more, much more. Promote solar, wind and water energy. The government should promote that by financial instruments. There must be an exception for monuments. That's special for our president of the UWE. Explore and promote new energies, techniques. Technology can do a lot. Promote inventions in this area. So also that should be subsidized. A real pricing of flights. It's not thinkable that we don't fly anymore. Okay, I'm too here? Okay. A real pricing of flights. Flights are now without taxes and that kind of thing, so that should be changed. It should be more in line with the price of the train. Promote other ways of transportation, that's number 1. Reduce cattle. That's also a major issue now in a lot of countries, especially also in the Netherlands, but it should be reduced because it's too much. Reduce water consumption is also one of the measures. Isolate houses, smart houses, sun panels, plant trees, because that is a counterpower to the carbon indexes. And finally, that's really a little bit of a hard one, that's reduce the number of people on the earth, because we are with so many, too many, we think. And we could do that by promoting contraception. You had another measure, I forgot, but I think that's also important that we are, especially, for instance, when I look at my own country, the Netherlands, it's too much. So we should think about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saskia. And the third group, please, Aisha.
So my group looked at nutrition specifically.
Yes. Okay.
And we have, again, 10 resolutions. The first one that we agreed on is buy locally, buy local vegetables, buy local fruits. And we both had various examples from having a vegetable box to a sourcing out or growing local fruits and vegetables, either in balcony, in allotment, and I know this is something very popular in Europe. Eat less. Buy the amount of food that you need so you don't waste, and we all felt that that was very important. From that, few members mentioned that most restaurants now, if they have any food surplus, they do give it to food banks, which is, it seems to be, it was very popular, and every single country we identified with that, which is very nice to hear. We would like to promote companies that go on with second-hand clothing. So they refurbish it, they do anything to that, because that, again, will promote less manufacturing. The most important thing, of course, that will top all that is using plastic at supermarkets. And hopefully something will come up to ban supermarkets putting any plastic on food and using only recyclable material. Also, some food items can have a longer expiry date, like dry pasta, rice. It seems to be that there's shorter expiration date might lead to some waste. We would like to urge the big corporates like McDonald's and the fast food companies to look into how sustainable they can improve their industry. I remember from Switzerland they said and indicated both that most of the packaging is unrecyclable. And I'm not sure, I don't know the experience in the UK for that, or any other country. What else? We couldn't agree on the meat, because we were some vegetarians, some meat-loving members. So we agreed that it should be in moderation, and let's try and not import the meat if possible. And we had the discussion on red meat versus white meat and the health benefit from both, and I'm sure it will have different impact on different kind of person, metabolism, nutrition, and we need to again acknowledge that nutrition is not all the same for everybody. So there have to be the variation that will accomplish that in a sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. When we open the fridge in our houses, we have enough food for 10 days. So we need to think, do we need it? Yeah. When we open our wardrobes, we have a lot of t-shirts, pants, sweatshirts. Do we need all? And in terms of meat, I would like to personally intervene. We really need to decrease our meat consumption because of the methane gas that is produced by cows. So it's coming as a carbon footprint. That is one of the reasons. And the crops they eat. We have agricultural farming lands, but we use it for crops or to feed cows. That is why we need to consume less meat. Yes, the fourth, the last group, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. So the fourth group, we were talking about how we eliminate our carbon footprint in the daily life. So then we said, okay, then begin a daily life. You wake up. After waking up, what's the first thing you do? You take a shower. Then we said, well, there is something important. Your shower shall be a short shower using less water. It shall be not very hot. And perhaps if you have solar panels, or if you can afford solar panels, then the problem of hot water will be less. Then you use soap, you use shampoo, you use lots of cosmetics, makeup, and so on. So then what we can do is try to use soap and cosmetics and all those things that are more natural, that are eco-friendly, that are not in plastic containers. We can also take care about the tissues and the toilet paper we are using. They must come from recycled paper. They must not be bleached, and so on. All those things will make our footprint shorter. Then we put on our clothes. And clothing is also a very, very important thing for avoiding damage to our climate and to our environment. Because first of all, most of the clothes are unrecyclable. It says it's cotton, it's 100% cotton, but it is not. And normally it cannot be recycled. Maybe you have seen all these enormous mountains of clothes that are somewhere, and there's nothing to do with them, just burn them. So what you can do better, instead of buying new clothes, is buy second-hand clothes, share clothes with your friends, well, then you have breakfast. Well, our colleague, the first one, talked about water and food and nutrition and all that. What we said, okay, then pay attention. She also said that, pay attention where your food come from. Buy local food. Buy not only local food, but food that is eco-friendly. You already talked about meat and so on. That's not eco-friendly. Something that is also not eco-friendly are things that are grown in your place but come from somewhere else. We put the example in Spain. In Spain, we are growing loads of avocado because that's very, very expensive, and so farmers want to plant that. But that's foolish, because avocados need lots of water, and that's very terrible for an environment like Spain that's very, very dry. So then we drive somewhere, and when you drive somewhere, you take a car. So if you don't have an electric car, and if you don't have enough public transportation means, what do? Then you drive alone. No, then there is something that is also very important, and that's car sharing, for bringing your kids to school, for going to work, for going to the supermarket. Ask your neighbor, when do you go to the supermarket? And so 1 week you drive, and the other week she drives. Something that goes over all that is demand that all what you buy have tags telling where does it come from, is that recyclable. Tags in everything you buy is very important as consumer information, in order that it's much easier for you to decide what to buy. But on top of that, then the best thing we can do is buy less, consume less. That's the best thing we can do for our environment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your excellent answers. I have a tiny addition. in terms of technological items. We have computers, we have smartphones, we have tablets, but think about it. When you have an iPhone 11, you want to buy the new one, you want to buy the 13, you want to buy the Pro one, you want to buy the tablet, you want to buy a new computer. But please keep in mind that there are children who do not have that items. So please reuse as well. And in terms of fashion products, do you know that fashion brands such as Gucci, such as Chanel, they burn their products when the season ends? They burn 80% of their products. Yeah. Thank you very much for this workshop, and I would like to end with the words action. I need you act in your families, in your NFAs, for the country and for the world. And you have seen the practical solutions today. We can live 3 minutes without air, 3 hours without shelter or warm clothes, 3 days without water, 3 weeks without food. Please don't forget. Thank you so much.
Ladies, I think we are at the end of today's program. If anybody wants to add anything, please feel free. I want to remind everybody that buses are leaving 5:15 from the probably car park near the outside the reception for no, in the hotel probably. Okay, and then we are going to meet together. Everybody is going to come tonight's dinner, I guess. No, we are going to be in Kyrenia, but we on the other side of the coast, near seaside. If you feel, take a jacket or a shawl for tonight, not to be feeling cold. And then the buses will take you and bring you back. And you can also see the coastline, and it's a nice atmosphere, I think, and it is a change for you outside the hotel. Okay? Yeah. Have a lovely time to rest.
Kapattın.